Hello, this is David E. from Larkin. I'm resuming my game of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I'm standing in the northwest of Citadel on a certain road which has been plagued by bandits attacking traveling merchants. And I am posing such a merchant in order to attract a bandit's attack and trigger what we might call a kind of sting operation. That is to say, an immediate eruption of law enforcement to apprehend this party and bring him or her to justice. That is my mission on behalf of the Mages Guild of Anvil. When I'm done with it, I'll go back to them and claim my acknowledgement. That is to say, a letter recommendation for my admission into the Arcane University in the Imperial City. And my goal is to be admitted there and attain advantages of various kinds with the help of that great institution. And so, as a step on that journey, I am indeed trying to crack down on this bandit, posing as a helpless merchant, and provoke his attack, or hers. And so, standing in the rain, about to walk east as a merchant on this mission, and before I take my first step, I'm going to read a little. Yesterday I read the biography of Berenzia, the official biography of the Dark Elf Berenzia, who became Queen of Mournhold after a great deal of trouble and war. A fairly prosperous and well-liked queen, I believe. And now, today I'm going to read another biography, less official but apparently more revealing. As I say, there are many more details, though whether they are in some sense true is another question. At any rate, it was kind of the full version of the story with all the rumors, all the write-up, all the literature, all the feelings, all the details, which the official accounts still not can seem to find, and how real the stuff is what anyone's guess would be in some sort of real context. I mean, of course, it's an imaginary world, it's all made up, but in general, it's a school of historical writing that exists in reality, which is much more informative than typically what we get from official sources. Where the information actually comes from is difficult to tell in general. And anyway, I'm going to read volume 1 this morning, and when I wrap up today, I'm going to read the second volume. These volumes are both quite long, and I just don't have time to do more. And on the next session, I'll continue with the series until I'm finished with it. The Real Berenzia, Part 1, Anonymous. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the mine of the Lord of Mournhold, for the ability at Magica was small. The work was honorable, but paid poorly. His mother made and sold comberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. And they did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time. And the roof leaked only when it rained, but Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mine, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of one pretty elven lad, though none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored they had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year, there was great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child was born to the lord and ladies. A queen, the people saying, a queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came round for the royal child's rites of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus asked home to bathe and dress in his bed. I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it, he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She'd been ailing, and besides, there'd be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event. And being blind, she'd be unable to see anything anyway. My son, she said, before you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return. Symmachus crossed her path at once, and noted anxiously that her voice was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose the flat of the wooden floor near which the small hoard of savings was kept. It wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. You have to give what they had and owe the rest. The Maka snapped up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony, read all the signs. The Maka elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. After the rite, brother, the priest said, if you have gold, I shall gladly attend your mother. My lord has bidden all clerks attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him. My mother is desperately ill, the Maka said. Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest. And true, but the archcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Maka's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Maka tried other priests, and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armored guards marched to the street and pushed him aside with their lances, as Maka realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Maka rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother is dying. I forbid her to do so on this glorious night, the Lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Maka was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared split-eyed at Maka. Her nostrils flared in disdain. Guard, she cried, remove this oath. Rough hands seized Maka, who beat and was dazed by the side of the room. Maka's head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd, in which the rite of naming was on top of a hill. You see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered in the high-born folk far below. Berenzia. The name came to Maka's ear. The high priest lifted the swaddled babe and prophesied her to the twin moons on the other side of the horizon. Jone rising, Jode setting. Behold, the Lady Berenzia, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods. That she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its will, its kiss and its ill. Oh, bless her, all the people intoned, along with the Lord and Lady, hands of praise. Only Maka the solid head bowed, and knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence his swore mighty oath, that she should be his Lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, his child Berenzia he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly knelt down, returned for the gold Maka had, and a promise of more afterwards. They found his mother, dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of it. Gold is all I can do here, likely. Give me back my money, Maka snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Maka struck him across the face before more than 3 words left his mouth. He went down heavily, struck his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Maka snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over like a sorcerer's chant. Berenzia, Berenzia, Berenzia. Berenzia stood in one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently they formed to ordered ranks and cheered as a pair, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to foot in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them. And they mounted and rode to the courtyard gate and turned to salute her. Berenzia, they cried. Berenzia, our beloved, farewell. The little girl blinked back here and waved one hand raised there, her favorite stuffed animal, a gray wolf cub she called Woofin, clutched her breast with the other. She'd never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant. The day there was war in the West, and the name, Tiber Sestum, was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Berenzia, the soldiers cried, lifting their lances, swords, and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake, into the courtyard, was nearly empty. Sometime after came a day when Berenzia was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly, and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing huge shadows with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand, foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished, was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she rode to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large gray stone castle amid empty, endless gray-green hills covered patchily with gray-white snow. He clutched Wolf into her breast in both hands, and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very dark, in all this endless space, this endless gray-white space. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large gray-white woman with icy gray golden hair was standing by hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Brenda with dreadful, bright blue eyes. She's very black, isn't she? The woman remarked to Hannah. I've never seen a dark elf before. I don't know much about them myself, my lady, Hannah said. But this one's got red hair and a temperature mud. I can tell you that. Take care, she bites, and worse. I'll soon train her out of that, the other woman said. And what's that filthy thing she's got? The woman snatched Wolfen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Brenda shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts at biting claw at her captive. Poor Wolfen was reduced to a tiny heap. With charred eyes. Brenda grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always in the cold and empty place within. I've raised her as my own daughter, Lady Inga was wont to say, as she sat gossiping when neighboring ladies came to visit. But she's a dark elf. What could you expect? Brenda was not meant to overhear these words. At least she thought she was not, her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic host. Other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, little misplaced magic, just a small fire spell here and there, and a little levitation spell there. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men who could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Berenzia, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. She's wonderful with the children, Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Berenzia. I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. Her tutor had been hired when Joni was 6 and Berenzia 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea of scale-out captivated Lady Inga. The Berenzia was given a very small bow, and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folks were about, and knew she was good or better than them. She's very proud, though, isn't she? One of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Berenzia, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the captain's lady. There was something about them that proposed contempt. Afterwards, she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Dark Marquis's last settled residence, and she finally understood. And they're imposters, not rulers at all. At least, they're not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them. A good, clean hatred, quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repelling insects who could be despised, but never feared. Once a month, a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga, and a large rag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Berenzia, her favorite treat. On these occasions, she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as skinny dark elves could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all could look her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he's ready for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Berenzia thought the courier looked at this she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Berenzia stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Joni's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard as night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance in the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Berenzia at the lodestone across the island. In the morning, they abandoned the horses at Berenzia's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down. They hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping the side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Brenda had prepared a passport for Straw, a makeshift document, stating an errand to a temple in the city for local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned, correctly it turned out, that by now the gate guard would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Spencer's stay, which was his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a rundown inn in the poor quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Brenzia's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Brenzia sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on the narrow talk. Afterward they fell into an exhausted and dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week in Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Brenzia burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black. She presented a disguise and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were a few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got the more contemporary guards from merchant caravan traveling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. He chuckled. Dark elf, ain't you? Like letting the wolf to guard the chief, that is? Still lighty dark, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind so you can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandit with his fang cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Renzi, whipping out his short sword. But she had a dug out in the twinkling of an eye when the defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled around to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf? Renzi demonstrated her prowess briefly. Not bad at all. You'll be keen of sight by night. You'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and appear in tall time. I trust the Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask for. I know, I served under Samaki myself before I lost his army. Got invalided out of the Emperor's army. We could betray them. I know folk could pay well, Straw said later, as they bent down for the last night at the ramshackle lodge, or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, these merchants are, Barry. Brenzia laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? Besides, we need their protection for travel, quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down on a nice place. Brenzia thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant, however, nothing but peasantry. And also, not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkwater still. We have other chances farther east. And the caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways. But the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hands of wayside robbers, both human and orchid, and roving brigand bands of various races, but suffered the perils of trade and profit. And there are 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Renzi's keen ears warned them of in plenty of time for them to circle about, and to surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Kaji, humans, and wood elves. The latter were skilled bad, and even Brenzi did not hear them sneak up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut in the thigh before he and Brenzi managed to catch his assailant's throat. Brenzi rather enjoyed the life. The Grulla started had taken a liking to her, and most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Samachus. This Samachus has been made general after Mournhold's fell, the sergeant said. He's a fine soldier, boy. Samachus is, but there was more soldierly involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. Well, you know all about that, I think. No, I don't remember, Brenzi said, trying to sound nonchalant. I lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man, they're both dead. Now, tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold? The sergeant shrugged. I never heard. Dead, I suspect, with a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now, maybe too quiet, like calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Yeah, maybe, Brother said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold. Like a moth in a burning house, Ross sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Brenzi rather missed it too, but not so much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip. It gave them a bonus nonetheless and turned the offer down. In parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Brenzi insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the Queen of Mournhold by right, he said, unsure whether it was true or whether was it just a daydream she made up at the law to will her child. I want to go home. I need to go home. That at least was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Rifkin and nearing the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth. to mid-spring. Brenda stood on the top of the city wall and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. Barry, Straw said gently. Morninghold's a long way off. Yeah, nearly as far. We've come already. And the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's still got a tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The ridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be brought. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you, but what will you do? Their guard tower is full of Imperial soldiers. We've been watching for them. I can't follow her. No, Brady said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she'd earn a month's living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim. When she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw, she'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet, but she'd been startled but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money offer. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while and then sulk for days afterwards. And he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He was threatened to leave her, not to do with him. I couldn't. But the Imperial Guards were tough and brutal law, by all accounts. They apparently had heard some very ugly stories during their strike. The ugliest of them by far come from the list of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were probably recounted. They've been trying to shock her in Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk and hated it more that she had to hear it. There was a part of him that was fascinated nevertheless. Brenda sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. And why do you go with other men? Straw asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Brenda smiled and shrugged. I don't know, or no, maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned to kiss him affectionately. Guess that's all the explanation there is. Alright, we're ready to go now and tempt this bandit out of hiding in our pose as merchants.
You're a sneaky looking.
Let me just read up on the quest. I spent the night at the Brina Cross Inn. I need to follow the gold road towards Kavash and be wary of anyone along the road. There's a green marker here overlooked. This might be the bandit, I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna try this one on foot. This might be too fast.
Hello there. I'm afraid your journey ends here, traveler. I'll be taking whatever you're carrying. After you're dead, of course. I do hope it's more than the last few had. They were most disappointing. I'm afraid. Take that! By the gods, there's a psychopath on the loose! I'm afraid. Let's get this over with! I'm afraid you... By the nine divines! Assault! Assault!
Anvil recommendation. I need to talk to Carahel and Anvil and inform her that Kemenalda has been defeated.
Hello there.
What do you want?
Rumors.
I don't know what Archmage Traven has against necromancy, but the first thing he did after taking over the Mages Guild was to ban its practice. Take care.
You've done well. The Gold Road should be a little safer for now. You should return to Anvil and let Carahil know the work is complete. We'll remain here and clean things up.
Rumors.
Not only has necromancy been banned from practice in the Mages Guild, but the Guild won't deal with anyone who openly uses it. Be seeing you.
So, what of the rogue mage? Has he been found?
Rogue mage.
A she, you say? And she's dead. Well, Ariel and Roliand did what needed to be done. No more innocent deaths. At least for now. You have done well enough for yourself. I'll pass along my recommendation to Raminus. Though I must say I doubt it will do you much good in the end. You'd be surprised how easily they forget about the little people.
Anvil.
The Anvil Mages Guild is proud to follow the example Hannibal Traven sets for us. Mastery and scholarship, free of the dark arts.
Rumors.
Archmage Traven is the first to take such a hard stance on necromancy. It upset more than a few people. I'm willing to teach if you're... Bye.
I definitely need to practice my illusion magic. My skill has not my skill in illusion magic has not risen since the beginning. I'd like to cast Night Eye in particular to get by without a torch. I need an illusion skill of 25 for that, and it's nowhere near it. I have some illusion spells, but I can't seem to cast them because of my low skill. I need an illusion spell I can cast so I can practice it up. I think I'll have to find it in another town. I think I'll have to find it in another town. Yeah, I don't have anything I can cast. I think I can actually just get a quest for the Fighters Guild here, so I'll try that.
What?
Rumors.
Don't know if this is true, but I heard a gang of all-female thieves is preying on the married menfolk of the town.
Gang.
An all-female gang of thieves has been recently plaguing Anvil with a very unique method of robbing. They pick on only the men. If you want to help us do something about it, go talk to Gogan and Malona. Let's just say Gogan is intimately involved and leave it at that. For the right price, I can make anything good as... Farewell.
It's you, Rano. I'm Anvil's advanced trainer in blade weapons.
Anvil.
I worry sometimes I'll go soft here. Training mostly and living easy. So now and then, I go out along the coast on my own just to stay in shape.
Anvil Chapel attack.
The prophet speaks true. This is the start of something terrible. I can feel it in my bones.
Prophet.
You should listen to him preach. He may sound crazy at first, but the longer you listen, the more sense he makes.
Rumors.
I hear that Velwyn Benaras is trying to sell off Benaras Manor. Hopefully the new owners will clean that eyesore up.
Velwyn Benaras.
That layabout? You can find him wasting time at the Count's Arms. Farewell.
Vigdis, Fighters Guild.
Anvil.
Are you kidding? I came here to get away from the mountains and snow. You ever spent a winter in Skyrim? Or Bruma? Give me the Gold Coast any day.
Rumors.
Don't know if this is true, but I heard a gang of all-female thieves is preying on the married menfolk of the town. Bye.
Heh.
Everyone calls me Sten the Ugly. I got tired of beating people up for it. So go ahead, live it up.
Anvil.
You notice all the Nords around here? It's partly because Nords like ships and sailing. Mostly, we're sick of freezing our asses off in Skyrim.
Anvil Chapel attack.
I'd like to get my hands on the cowards that did that. I'm even thinking of joining the Prophet's Holy Crusade.
Prophet.
Sure, the guy down by the chapel. He's the one calling for some holy knight to return. Maybe we could use a few more holy knights these days.
Rumors.
Don't know if this is true, but I heard a gang of all-female thieves is preying on the married menfolk of the town. You too.
Herwin of the Fighters Guild, health and fortune.
Anvil.
Get outside of town if you get a chance and hike north along the coast. Great views and good hunting.
Gang.
An all-female gang of thieves has been recently plaguing Anvil with a very unique method of robbing. They pick on only the men. If you want to help us do something about it, go talk to Gogan and Melona. Let's just say Gogan is intimately involved and leave it at that.
Rumors.
I've never read any of Quillweave's writings. I've heard they're fairly good, though. Good day.
What is it now?
I'm Rufrius Venetius, Fighters Guild hand-to-hand trainer.
Anvil.
You're not from around here, are you? Just a warning, be careful if you go swimming. It's the slaughterfish. They'll swarm you.
Anvil Chapel attack.
It's unbelievable. Right in the center of the city. Nobody saw anything. Makes you wonder about the competence of the guard, if you ask me.
Prophet.
Sure. Go down to the chapel and you can't miss him. He'll be the one outside, ranting at passers-by.
Rumors.
This rat thing sounds fishy to me. Well, ratty, I guess. You think the rookie can handle it? Take care.
Well met. Lency Lorum, Fighters Guild, through and through.
Anvil.
I'm from Morrowind, north coast of Vardenfell, near Cool. So I like it here on the Gold Coast. Sometimes I miss home, but not too much.
Rumors.
Mirabelle Monet is quite a woman. Ask any of the sailors down at the forecastle. Bye.
I'm Azan, head of the Anvil Fighters Guild chapter, and advanced blunt weapons trainer.
Advancement.
You will advance through the ranks of the Fighters Guild when you have proven your merit. As you complete contracts and fulfill your duties, you'll be promoted to the next station, accepting the associated duties and responsibilities. Be aware, though, that your rank can be stripped for failure to uphold the tenets of the Guild or at the sole discretion of the Guild Master.
Anvil.
Our Fighters Guild chapter here is big, primarily because we're a training center, which earns us each a good living.
Contract.
A contract for you? I think I've got something that suits your experience. Arvina Phyllis has some problem with rats in her house.
Rats.
Yes, rats. I'm sure she can explain it to you better than I. She lives here in Anvil. Go and talk to her. Good luck.
Rumors.
The assassinations. What else is there to talk about? Perfectly planned and executed. The blades perfectly useless. A complete disaster. Go take care of the rats, then talk to me.
So I guess I'll deal with this rat problem. This rat problem in town. I'll talk to the woman and see what I can do.
Hey,
the house owner.
Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild. Good, I have a problem. It has to do with the rats in my basement.
Anvil.
You can't imagine the fuss some people make. My rats are no problem for anyone.
Rats.
That's right! Rats in my basement! And something has been killing them! It's horrible! My poor babies! You must do something! I don't know what I'd do without them. Their little pink noses, their scaly little tails. Please get to the basement and find out what's happening. Please save my little rats.
This rather eccentric woman seems to cultivate rats in her basement. It's supposed to be killing these rats, and we have to stop this thing and save these little creatures. From whatever it is, I don't know now. Looks like a cruiser. I've killed a mountain lion in Arvina Thalos' basement. They must be sneaking in through a hole in the wall somewhere. I should tell Arvina what has happened. I guess it got in through here. These are the pet rats.
Oh, my poor little rat. Well, what have you found? Did you take care of my babies? What was going on down there?
It was a mountain lion.
A mountain lion? In my basement? But how? That's not possible. But it happened. What if there are more? What if it wasn't alone? Where there's one, there will be more. Find Pinarus and Ventius. He's a hunter and knows this area inside and out. He'll know what to do. Please, go find Pinarus and those mountain lions.
So I have to track down a hunter in the area who's going to do something about these mountain lions. Somehow curb the invasion.
Well, what have you found?
He was a mountain lion.
A mountain lion? In my basement? But how? That's not possible. But it happened. What if there are more? What if it wasn't alone? Where there's one, there will be more. Find Pinarus and Ventius. He's a hunter and knows this area inside and out. He'll know what to do. Please, go find Panaris and those mountain lions.
What can I do for you? Pinaris Inventius, hunter, woodsman, and marksman at your service.
Anvil.
Plenty of deer, wolf, boar, mountain lion, bear in the county. Just need to know where to look for them.
Mountain lions.
Mountain lions? Here! Odd. If they're around, I can find them. Come with me. A hunt will do us good and maybe make that old nut feel better.
Rumors.
It's always rats for the new associates. Is it some initiation test or something? Let's go hunting.
Nice misty morning, and we go off mountain lion hunting. This man's armor is magnificent. Probably because of the difficulty scaling, because of my character's high level. That's Daedric armor, that's the finest stuff in the game. And a glass sword, if I'm not mistaken, and a glass shield. That's the best light equipment, I think. And the Daedric armor is the best heavy equipment.
If they're out here, they'll be in this area. I can't imagine there are more than 4 of them. Let's take care of this.
I'm not gonna fight these guys here.
That the best you can do? Show me what you've got.
We've got them.
I think that'll be all of them. Can't imagine more in this area. You can go tell Arvena this is all taken care of. Good hunting.
You've got to take care of those mountain lions!
Mountain lions.
You think you've gotten rid of them all? You do? Well, you haven't! There's one in my basement right now! Go get it!
I've told Arena about the mountain lion, but she doesn't believe her problem is solved as the mountain lion in her basement now. I'll have to kill it. I killed the second mountain lion in Arvina Thellus's basement. I should tell Arvina.
Like the gods, you killed that thing! This is ridiculous! Someone's out to get my poor babies! I'll bet it's that Quillweave next door!
Quillweave?
She's the one. She's never liked me or my sweet little pets. I know it's her. I've even seen her sneaking around in back of my house at night. She thinks she's so smart. She and all the other women. I'll show her. I want you to keep an eye on her. Find out what she's up to. Please save my little rats.
Arvina now believes that her neighbor, Quillweave, might be responsible. Arvina has seen her sneaking around outside the house at night. I should watch Quillweave and see what she's doing. I should not let Quillweave see me, though, lest she gets suspicious. She's in there, I guess. I guess she's at the inn right now. I'll just look around town and see if there's anything to do here. That's her house I just saw. I'll check out Morvaine's Peacemakers.
Enelroth, Morvaine's apprentice.
Anvil.
Varel Morvay's been a good master. I like the town and the people. No reason why I wouldn't want to be here for many years, just like the master.
Rumors.
Everybody's talking about the Prophet. After the attack on the chapel, people are inclined to believe almost anything. Take care. Varel Morvaine. Been making weapons and arms here in Anvil for 30 years. People say I do good work, and I don't aim to argue with them.
Anvil.
Been here 30 years, and I expect I'll last another 10 or so. When I'm gone, God's willing, my apprentice, Enelroth, will tend the smithy. Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you? Another satisfied customer. For the right price. Goodbye.
How would you like to get my husband Gogan out of hot water?
Sure, what's he done?
Believe me, he'll need all the help he can get to worm his way out of this one. To think he'd fall for the gang's scheme, ugh, I could kill him. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, and you look confused. Let me explain.
Go on.
The women in the gang use their wiles to lure men out to some remote location and rob them blind. It's been going on for some time now. The city guard hasn't done very much about it, because frankly, the men who are robbed are so embarrassed they don't want to report it. Take, for example, that good-for-nothing husband of mine, Gogan. He cared more about their charms than my own.
Anvil.
I like it here. People are very friendly. Much nicer than in the Imperial City.
Gang.
When Gogan was, with the women, they took something quite valuable from him. No, it's not what you're thinking. He was carrying a precious family heirloom with him when he was lured out to their lair. It was a small ring given to him on our wedding day. The ring belonged to my mother and has been in the family for generations. I'm willing to give you all the money I have to get it back. 100 gold. Can you help us?
Yes, I'll help you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I can't offer you much help, but I'll do what I can.
Rumors.
I think we're in for some hard times. The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes everything. I hope the reward will suit the risk. It's all I have.
What can I do for you? Go hurt something.
The woman has come out.
Well met.
My name's Quillweave. I've had some success selling stories about the lives of the lower and criminal classes.
Anvil.
Between the sailors and shipmen of the port and my little local circle of friends, I have plenty of yarns for knitting up my tales.
Mountain lions.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're accusing me of, but don't do it without any proof. Let's get to training. Good day.
No, just watch her, see what she does.
How goes it?
What?
I saw that Penarus Inventius was out hunting again. He can shoot a bird on the wing without really trying.
You could learn a lot from Penarus.
Be seeing you.
I feel like she's gonna act tonight, so I'll just wait till then. I've seen Quillweave leaving meat outside Arvina Thalos' house. This must be what is attracting the mountain lions into town into Arvina's basement. I should confront Quillweave.
Yes. What can I do for you?
I saw you outside Arvina's house.
You what? Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I would never go skulking about. Fine, you've got me. I figured if I left some rotten meat outside, the nasty little things would come out, and the guards would take care of them.
Mountain lions.
Mountain lions? In her basement? I just wanted to lure her vermin outside. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, except the rats. Please, don't tell her. And if you can keep this our little secret, I can make it worth your while. There's a bit about acrobatics I can teach you. Give it some thought. Knowledge is power. Goodbye.
I confronted Quillweave, and she has admitted to trying to kill off Arvina's rat. She's promised to stop and asked me not to tell Arvina what she's done. I think I'm going to tell Arvina. But first I'm going to spend the night at the inn.
I saw her when practicing.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm Wilbur, owner and proprietor of the Count's Arms. We make beds and food available to guests. Can I help you?
Bed.
There's a wonderful room available. It's the best I have, and you can use it for the night for a mere 25 gold. Interested?
I'll take it.
Excellent. It's up the stairs there, and then directly across the hallway. Center room, wonderful view of the city. Sleep well. Take care.
Hi.
Oh, so did you follow her? She's behind it, isn't she? Tell me what you found out.
Quillweave was behind it.
I knew it. That swit. Oh, I'll get her. You just wait. Must have taken some fast talking to get her to confess. Maybe I can teach you a little bit more about how to talk to people. And of course, here's the payment for the contract. Thank you.
Rumors.
Mirabelle Monet is quite a woman. Ask any of the sailors down at the forecastle. You too.
Let's see what we can do about this ring. Actually, I should talk to the Fighters Guild.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Good day.
Contract.
I'll need someone who's at least an apprentice for this job. Maybe you're ready for advancement?
Advancement.
You've done well so far. I hereby promote you to apprentice. Good luck.
Contract.
Looking for more work, eh? Good. Got a contract for you. I'd like you to go talk to Norbert Lels here in Anvil.
Norbert Lels.
He runs Lels Quality Merchandise here in Anvil. He's been having problems with break-ins, though, and he's hired us to put a stop to it. Take care of Lels. He needs the help.
You may speak.
Osiris told me about a contract in Anvil at Norbert Lels' store, Lels Quality Merchandise.
Hi. Everybody's talking about the prophet. Sure. Goodbye.
Greetings, Bosma.
We are at the docks.
There are foul tidings from Skyrim. The Greybeards speak of the end of all times.
What's new with you?
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago. Ugly little animals.
Ugly things with their thick shells and sharp claws. I avoid them.
Goodbye.
Hello!
Welcome. Greetings. Welcome to Lels Quality Merchandise. We have a wide range of goods to suit your needs. Oh, and perhaps you saw the sign outside? A slight mistake, you know. Bit of bad luck there. So, what can I do for you?
Anvil.
Anvil's a port town. That's why you'll see items here you won't find in the Imperial City. The captains keep an eye out for special items for me.
Break-ins.
I've lost a great deal of merchandise over the last few months. I keep replacing it, but they keep stealing it. New locks on the doors be damned. They always come at night after I've gone to bed. Maybe a mage transports them inside. You can just stay in the shop overnight. Good luck. I'm going to wait at the flowing bowl until this mess is settled. I know I can trust you to keep the place safe.
Norbert Lels.
I am Norbert Lels. How may I help you? Bye.
They wait here and provide security when the thieves arrive. I'll just put myself here. Now 8:53 p.m.
What, hello?
Here they are.
Who's there? I'm just warming up!
Die!
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you! This is the part where you... I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you!
I've got mud crabs more fearsome than you!
Die, damn you!
Where are you?
What's the matter? Getting tired? What's the matter? Getting tired? Let's get this over with! Well, well, look who we've got here.
After long, arduous hours of practicing jumping and controlling your falls, you become an apprentice of acrobatics. You can now attack while jumping or falling. However, you cannot use power attack while mid-jump or mid-fall, only regular attack.
Die, cur! Well...
I've taken care of the crooks breaking into our little store. I should speak with the shopkeeper himself. I'll just wait here.
Hello. What's going on with you?
Were you able to take care of my problem with break-ins?
Break-ins?
You've gotten them? Wonderful. But their names are familiar to me. All of those men have worked for me. Amazing. I even trusted them to open up the shop in the mornings. I can't imagine what turned them to a life of crime. Sad. Well, here's your payment.
Rumors.
I swear that when I passed by Benerus Manor last night, I heard someone scream from inside. Velwyn Benerus will never sell that death trap. Take care.
Good morning. Hello.
May I help you?
Let's see what this manor he's selling. Somebody in town selling a manor. I think I have enough money to think about it.
Have pity, sir. I got nothing.
May I help you?
Oh, hello.
Velwyn Benerus.
You wouldn't happen to be in the market for a home, would you? If you are, I just happen to be selling a manor located right here in Anvil.
Manor.
Yes, I'm selling my grandfather's house, Benerus Manor. If you're interested, I could let you have it for a modest sum. I have to sell it soon, as I have pressing matters elsewhere. You're welcome to take a look at it. It is located across the street from the chapel. Once you buy, you get the key to the front door and the deed of ownership. That's the deal. Would you like to buy it now?
Yes, here's 5,000 gold.
Excellent. Here's the key to the front door and the deed of ownership. I hope you enjoy your new home. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to those pressing matters I spoke of earlier. Good day.
You smell it.
Let's go see this place I just bought. Benerus Manor. Little rundown, but basically presentable. I've arrived at my new home in Anvil, Benerus Manor. Looks like the place may need some work, but it was a great deal I just couldn't pass up. I can now make myself at home. Here's the deed to Benerus Manor. In this document, hereby state that the bear is the sole owner and possessor of the domicile currently known as Benerus Manor. Said domicile is located in the township known as Anvil in the territory known as Cyrodiil. The bear has full ownership rights to all of the structures, floors, and land within the property borders. As defined in the Anvil Construction Charter, the bear is responsible for all matters pertaining to or occurring on said property. This document also empowers the bear to transfer rights to reassign the property as he sees fit. The bear may amend the document to rename the manor by submitting the proper forms and payment to the Anvil Construction Charter and by filing duplicate form with the Documents Division of the Imperial City Archives. And the Benerus Manor key. And I don't like right now, for the sake of a little light, a torch. Oh, something got knocked over. That goes to the basement. We'll look upstairs. I have a bed here, I perceive. Here's a little balcony. You can survey the town. That's the chapel. That is the fountain. And a bridge. Some sort of cemetery, I think. Guess I finally arrived. All the hard adventuring is paid off. I can just sit here and sort of idle my time away. We're all spent it taking a little repose on my new bed. I wake up, find ghosts. I think I have a better protection spell than that now. Defend here. Benaj Manor is haunted. I was awakened by ghosts that attacked me as I slept. As I woke, I thought I heard a crash from downstairs. I should search the house and investigate. A sealed portal is here, and I don't know what to do about it. Maybe there's something that opens it. I'll try to unlock spell. I have played this game before, and I found the solution just once, but I forgot it. Lovely sunrise, I think. No, sunset. The quest text says I should search the house and investigate. That seems to be blank. Well, I'm not doing anything. Searching the house. I'll see if I can dig up the old owner. See if there's anything to say. That'll be the cat's arms.
Hi there.
Oh, hello.
Shishani, the old sea captain and rover, now a ship owner and fat cat. Pleased to meet you.
Anvil.
Take some advice. Go down to the sea, stand a while, watch the sun rise and set. Think on the distant lands across the water.
Anvil Chapel is hard.
I don't know what to think. Maybe the prophet is right, and the ancient gods have come back for vengeance.
Prophet?
Yes, he preaches outside the chapel every day. Hard to miss. I think you'll know him when you see him. Goodbye.
Yes?
Ben.
There's a wonderful room available. It's the best I have, and you can use it for the night for a mere 25 gold. Interested?
I'll take it.
Excellent. It's up the stairs there, and then directly across the hallway. Center room, wonderful view of the city. Sleep well. Good day.
Do you need something? Do you need something? Didier Ormely, a ship's clerk. At present, I'm spending my time and gold on the pleasures of the Gold Coast.
Anvil.
Many of Anvil's folk are directly or indirectly associated with ships and sailing. Sailors, shipowners, men made rich and poor by the sea trade, and the lonely wives of men who follow the sea.
Rumors.
Don't know if this is true, but I heard a gang of all-female thieves is preying on the married menfolk of the town.
I'm Wilbur, owner and... Farewell.
What is it, Sarah? Thank you for all your help. My rats appreciate it. Good day.
How goes it? Astia Inventius, wife of the woodsman Pinnerus Inventius. Always out hunting. Anything to avoid doing a little work around the house.
Anvil.
Well, if you don't mind scruffy sailors smelling like bilge, it's a lovely town. The men are all the same, drunk and shiftless.
Prophet.
He's a blessing on this town, the only one to have made any sense out of the terrible tragedy at the chapel. He preaches every day outside the chapel. Go and listen, you'll see. Be seeing you.
Morning.
You may speak.
I can find Velwyn Benera to see if I can get any clues about this haunting. He's about his house.
What is it?
Yes, his community has lost him as a member. He's moved on.
I suppose I have a moment. What is it?
There's somebody in here.
What do you want?
That just didn't do any good.
Hello.
Well, maybe something out in the grounds here.
Spare a coin. I can eat for a day with a single coin.
Grey Fox.
He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there is a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil. Of course, it's all just made up to give them an excuse to keep us down.
Have a coin, beggar.
Thank you, kind sir. We'll see.
I doubt it.
Oh, that's great! How nice. How... What?
I doubt it.
That's great! How's it go again? Where'd you...
You're too... I doubt it. You're...
Top... Where'd you get that? That's good. That's...
Oh, thank you. You're good.
Grey Fox.
Are you looking for him?
Yes, I want to work with him.
I think I trust you enough to tell you this secret. To learn more about the Grey Fox, go to the Garden of Dariloth at midnight. Look in the waterfront district of the Imperial City. I can say no more. Blessings of Julianus upon ye.
No one take up this holy crusade. Will no one...
I'm so hungry. I wouldn't go in there unless you have a strong stomach. We have orders to leave everything just the way it was until the investigation into the chapel attack is finished.
A little chapel attack.
It's baffling. How anyone could have gotten in and out of there without being seen by our patrols is beyond me. Maybe that prophet is right. Some kind of unholy doom visited upon us.
Prophet.
He preaches most of the day across the street from the chapel. I used to think he was crazy, but now he seems to be making some kind of sense. I hope that doesn't mean I'm going crazy now. Bye.
Is there no one who would stand for the 9?
Oh my! To what do I owe this honor? I am but a humble prophet. What business do you have with me?
Anvil Chapel attack.
This is only the beginning. Umaril has returned as foretold by Pelinal Whitestrake in his dying breath.
Umaril? Who's that?
Umaril the Unfeathered, the sorcerer king of the Aliens, who ruled over this land for long ages before the rise of men. He was cast down by Pelinal Whitestrake, but Umaril's spirit survived, and now he has returned to seek vengeance upon the gods.
Who is Pelinal Whitestrake?
Does no one remember the old tales? Saint Pelinal, the divine crusader of legend, Alicia's companion when she overthrew the rule of the Aelids 3,000 years ago. Pelinal, with the aid of the gods, fought the Aelid sorcerer King Umaril, and slew him! But Umaril's spirit survived, and he has now returned.
Just tell me who attacked the chapel.
Do you understand nothing? The blood speaks! I can read the ancient runes if you cannot! As uibala, umarale el nada rakuva. In the Aeliad tongue, by the eternal power of Umaril, the mortal gods shall be cast down. A curse upon Umaril's ancient foes, and a threat.
How do we stop Umaril?
Alas, Umaril cannot be stopped. Not without the aid of the gods, not without the Crusaders' relics. Without a champion, the gods are powerless to act. But who among us is worthy to wield the divine Crusaders' weaponry?
I would quest for the relic.
You would quest for the holy panoply of Pelinal Whitestrake? The legendary relics that have been sought by mighty warriors throughout the ages? Are you a worthy knight?
Yes, I'm a worthy knight.
Then I'm sure you will have no trouble finding the relics on your own. You clearly need no aid from man or God. Why do you come to me for aid, worthy knight?
Crusaders' relics.
The weapons and armor of Pelinal Whitestrake, Alicia's comrade, granted to him by the 8 divines. He went alone into the white gold tower, challenged the Aeliad sorcerer King Umaril to single combat, and slew him. Alas, Umaril was not truly slain, but only cast beyond the bounds of Nirn. And now he has returned to wreak his vengeance upon the gods, as was prophesied by Pelinal himself with his dying breath. Only a true knight, wielding the holy relics of the divine Crusader, has a chance to defeat Umaril. But alas for Tamriel, the Crusader's relics have been lost for many an age. Who now can succeed in the quest for the relics, where the greatest knights of legend all failed?
8 and 1.
Once there were 8 divines. Then Tiber Septim became Talos, and the 8 became 9. I followed the old way of honoring the 8 while also giving due to Talos, the one who ascended.
Quest for the relics.
Are you a worthy knight?
No, I have no claim to fame.
A humble heart is a good starting point. The gods will decide if you are worthy to seek the relics.
How can I find the relic?
The gods grant insight to those they deem worthy. Why and how they act is not predictable. What I can tell you is that, traditionally, knights who wished to quest for the relics would walk the pilgrim's way, travel to the way shrines of the 9 divines, pray to each of the gods in turn, and ask their favor upon your quest. If the gods deem you worthy, you will be granted a sign. Go forth with the Nine's blessings.
Pilgrimage.
Walking the Pilgrim's Way is the traditional start of a holy quest. Follow the map I gave you, visit the way shrines of the Nine, pray, and wait for a sign.
Umaril.
He was defeated but not destroyed by Pelinal the Crusader. Now he has returned to seek vengeance against the gods. Only a true knight, wielding the holy relics of the divine Crusader, has a chance to defeat Umaril. May the 8 and 1 guide your steps. Hear me! Oh!
I'm Hassathil, Heinrich Oakenhull's wife.
Anvil.
The life of a sailor's wife isn't an easy one. Heinrich is at sea 9 months out of 10. But Anvil's a friendly town, and the Nine console me.
Rumors.
Mirabelle Monet is quite a woman. Ask any of the sailors down at the forecastle. Be seeing you.
My children are starving. The blood of the Bella's slaughtered acolytes cries out.
Have pity.
place is being haunted. There might be links to the haunting in my house. I'll treat the two problems being the same for now. I've spoken to a mysterious prophet who told me that in order to seek the relics of the Crusader, I must first do a pilgrimage to the way shrines of the divine. He gave me a map of the pilgrim's way to help me locate the shrine. Once I have visited a way shrine for each of the 9 divines, I may receive a vision if I am judged a worthy knight. This other quest wants me to search the house. I still think there's something in here I need to find.
Look at the faces of the dead! This is your child! Evil has returned!
I'll give it another look. Where spirits have leaped. I found a skeletal head next to a page from a diary. The diary makes mention of a secret room in the house that only true-blooded Benaras can open. I'm going to need to talk to Velen about this. I may have to ask around town to find out where he's gone. Second Son's Dawn, Third Era, 335. The people of Anvil are worms. How dare they criticize what they don't understand? I'd help my vengeance in a form they cannot possibly imagine. I shall use the souls of the departed to prolong my own life. The tome is very specific. I must have more body. Yes, more body. 11, Son's Dawn, Third Era, 335. I must protect myself from those meddlers. They shall not interfere in my designs. I have constructed a room in the basement of this manor. It is there I will inter my corporeal self. Now to transcend this plane of existence, only true-blooded Benaras may open the portal. If I fail, however unlikely that may be, a descendant may attempt to follow in my footsteps. They carry on the true way, to make sure our secret is safe. I have harnessed the spirits of those whose bodies I have defiled to forever guard the place. 15, Son's Dawn, Third Era, 335. The fools think I don't hear them speaking. I can hear their rumor and innuendo. They intend to meddle in power they can barely comprehend. They call me an old fool and shun me. The young dare each other to step one foot in my yard. I've become the stuff of old wild tales and campfire stories. They dismiss me as an oddity, but soon they will see. When all of Anvil lies and wastes around me, when the corpses litter the streets and their blood dampens the earth, only then will my true power be known and feared. I'm going to tell what became of this man. Before I do, I'd like to sell some stuff.
Didier O'Malley, a ship's clerk. At present, I'm spending my time and gold on the pleasures of the Gold Coast.
Velwyn Benaras.
I'm not sure where he went, but I would ask at the Count's Arms. If anyone knows where he is, it would be someone there.
I think these guys owe me another quest.
They're a sneaky looking sort.
Hey.
Well met.
Investment.
I'm sorry. You're not yet ready for a promotion. Keep completing contracts and take care of any assigned duties.
Contract.
I don't have anything for anyone in your rank. Check with Burrs Grokash in Shadenhall. He might have something. I hope I...
Velwind Benaira.
I'm not sure where he went, but I would ask at the Count's Arms. If anyone knows where he is, it would be someone there. Good day.
Hello!
What's going on with you?
I heard people saying they ran into goblins.
Greetings!
Before I proceed, I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
provinces.
What do you want? Make it quick. Don't talk such rot. Yes, that's... I doubt it. Don't... Yeah, that's pretty good. I doubt it. Good. What? No more. You're frightening me. That... don't waste... Don't, please. Don't... What? Sure. I doubt it. Don't... No. That's... I doubt it. Don't... What? Yeah. I doubt it. Let's see what we've got here. Have a look around. I can't do that. Make me a better offer. That's a good deal. That's more. Come back and see me again. Be seeing you.
Greetings to you.
What?
Galwin Benira.
As soon as you bought the place, he pretty much up and left. I hear tell he's making his way to the Imperial City. Good day.
Well, I go off to the Imperial City in pursuit of this man. It's him.
I'm surprised to see you all the way out here in the Imperial City.
Manor.
So, you think I'm responsible? I suppose you're right, as the manor used to belong to my grandfather, Larkin Benaris. I knew there was a curse on that place, which is why I sold it to you so cheap. I suppose I should have warned you, but I had to get out of Anvil. My family said I could move here to the Imperial City once all our loose ends were tied down. The manor was one of those loose ends. I fear my own greed got the better of my judgment. I hope you weren't hurt badly in that horrible place. I suppose I assumed you'd be able to lift the curse and be done with it.
Larkin Benaris.
Larkin Benaris was a strange old man, always dabbling and experimenting with magic. He was mostly harmless, until the fateful day he came across a tome bearing the evil magic of necromancy. He became obsessed and decided that by using necromancy, he could prolong his own life. The dark arts contained in the tome called for him to dig up the recently deceased in the nearby crypts under the cathedral. When it was discovered that he did this, the Mages Guild called for a quick meeting to decide what to do. It only took minutes to decide. Led by a young upstart named Carahill, the Mages Guild stormed Benaris Manor and slew Lorgren. However, amid the chaos, his body vanished. Because of this, the people of Anvil concluded the manor must be cursed. You are the first person to set foot inside in a long time.
Prophet?
He preaches in Anvil. Appeared right after the attack on the chapel there. Sounds like the usual doom-saying nonsense.
Lift the curse.
According to the diary entry, it seems that I'm the only one who can open the secret door in the manor. And I can't help feeling slightly guilty selling you the place under these circumstances. I'll meet you in Anvil at the Count's Arms. From there, we'll try to lift the curse together. I'll see you in Anvil. How are you? I was half expecting you not to show up. Are you ready to go to the manor?
Yes, I'm ready.
Then let's get this over with. I don't relish the thought of spending too long inside of the manor. Follow me. Greetings, Bosmer.
Melwyn and I have arrived in Benaris Manor. I must proceed cautiously to the secret room entrance and prevent any harm from befalling us if the curse is to ever be lifted from this place.
Okay, you lead from here. Hopefully we can make it to the basement without too much fighting. Okay.
Melwin and I have arrived at the secret door.
Lead on.
Lift the curse.
I hope that whatever's behind the door will truly lift the curse. I'd hate to risk harm for nothing. As soon as this opens, I'm leaving.
Melwin successfully opened the door to the secret room, which had stopped the ghost from attacking. He then ran off, leaving me to clean up the mess. It's up to me and me alone to investigate what's beyond the mysterious portal. It's Lorgren's skeleton. The Grand Ring of Storm I just found gives me 25% shock resistance.
I desire the chance to atone for my sins I've done to the people of Anvil, the horrible, unspeakable acts I've committed. Demand repentance was justified in his actions. Slaying me was the only way to stop the madness I have accepted, so I may make my final peace with the Nine. Please rejoin my hand to my body. Only then.
After touching the altar, I heard the voice of Lorgren Benaris. He said he wished to atone for his past and make peace with the Nine. All he wished was to be whole again. This must be the way to lift the curse from Benaris Manor. I should touch the skeleton while I carried the bony hand and put an end to this madness.
I am complete with this eternal nightmare.
As I recall, the hand was upstairs. I thought I was holding his nose. Yeah.
never fails to amuse me how easy mortal man is to manipulate. You've assisted me in completing the very thing Carahill and his cabal sought to prevent all those years ago. My accession to immortality. I underestimated their power. I shall not repeat that mistake twice. Live again! Never fails to amuse me how easy mortal man is to manipulate. You've assisted me in completing the very thing Carahill and his cabal sought to prevent all those years ago. My ascension to immortality. Mortals, I underestimated their power. I shall not repeat that mistake twice. I live again.
You've unlocked more arcane secrets of altering the fabric of reality. You can now cast journeyman level alterations. Completing the skeleton with a root, and Lorgan rose from dead. I had no choice but to destroy him. With his destruction, the curse of Benner's Manor was lifted. I should return to the Count's arms and speak to Velwin. Speak to Velwin.
What's this about? I'm listening.
How do you do?
The lift. I'm sorry for running away like that, but fear got the best of me. I'm glad you talked me into coming with you. Now that the curse has been lifted, I feel like I've taken care of my family's unfinished business. Excellent work, my friend. May the manor give you many years of happiness. I'm now off to the Imperial City once more. Farewell.
I met Velwyn back at the Count's Arms. He congratulated me and then told me he would be off again to live in the Imperial City. Now I can truly call Benner's Manor my home.
Hello
Well met.
there. Good thing.
Oh, without question. I feel sorry.
I hope I... Let's see what we... Only quality goods for sale here. You've made... Thank you for your patronage. Be seeing you.
Let's hear it.
Your stained fingers attest to your diligence in mixing potions and learning the secrets. You're now a journeyman of alchemy. All potion ingredients have 4 potential effects. You now automatically identify the first 3 effects. There doesn't seem to be an alchemist in town. I guess I'm gonna go on questing for the Mages Guild. I think my next goal will be to go to Bravo. I'll try to wrap this one up. I'll go on the Pilgrim's Way to locate the shrines and try to be judged a worthy knight. I'll try to find these shrines. Arcade's right here, not too far away. I'll go after that first. I spend the night in my new house, make sure it's alright. Then I'll set out in the morning. He's looking nicer than before. They could still use this as a kind of lair. We want to take up being an evil sorcerer with some other such hobby. Maybe for the kids' playroom. If I ever marry, that is. I think you can do that in this game. Alright, well that's just so many possibilities. Maybe I can haunt the place when I die. Be the next ghost. I set up bright and early tomorrow morning. 5 o'clock a.m. I would look for these way shrines and ingratiate myself with the gods and attempt to be judged a worthy knight. Then maybe I can clean up this Anvil Chapel murder mystery.
Yes.
And dispel whatever evil supernatural being seems to be invading the place. So I'm guessing this thing is around here. Around here. I need to get to Arcade, which is about here. Maybe directly to the west of the city. Around here, maybe. This, maybe. Honor your body and spirit. Pray in my chapel altar to receive my blessing. I prayed at the way shrine of Arcade. Now I'm going to Mar, which is just to the west of the next city down the road here. That would be Skingrad. I'll start out here. I'm just gonna walk into this mine. Do a little side questing.
To arms! To arms! Today you die! You move like a pregnant kid. Ha! You'll never take me down. That's the best.
Interesting. What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel? Many Argonians say they have been called back to Black Marsh. They disappear into the swamps and are never...
Must have been the wind.
Hello. Imps. I hate them. Buggers. Hang around. Tossing fireballs at you. All right. Take care. How are you? Fantastic. Thanks for asking. Those famous for good deeds may receive blessings of intelligence and magicka when they visit way shrines of Olyarnos. All right. The Emperor and his 3 sons dead right under the nose of the... Disgrace. Oh. What's the matter?
Nothing to worry about, I guess. Just my...
Hello?
traitor to your own race! Warming up to you, living worm! Die! What's the... Get... Always skirting around in the shadows. You're a traitor to your own race. This ends here. What's
Your presence here will not be tolerated. I fought mud crabs for you. Let's get this over with. Don't feel bad. No one lives forever. I fought mud crabs. Take that. Yep.
Hi.
Yes?
Watch yourself around goblins. Some of the nastier ones will toss spells at you. See you.
Let's get this over with! No pain! Ah! Take that! Now you will know pain! Huh? Where are you? Take that! Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna die? Ah!
My sword while you burn. Ha!
Show me what you got. baby gonna cry? Show me what you've got. Die, damn you! Show me what you've got. You'll never take me! You move like a...
Good to see you.
Hi.
You move like a
Let's get this.
You move like a pregnant cow.
You move like a pregnant cat. Never take me down. Why won't you die? Die, cur! Yeah! Now you will know pain. Let's get this over.
Now you will know. This is the part where you fall down and bleed to
Show me what you've got. the baby gonna cry? I'll hack you to pieces! Do show me what you want! What's the matter?
I'm gonna wear these grounded boots. Give me resist shock 50% and weakness to poison 50%.
This ends.
You ascended to level 23. The result of hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you want. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you want.
Hey! Jump on my... This is... You're pathetic.
You're pathetic. You're pathetic.
Hey, I'm ready to leave. I'm just gonna go now. I'm gonna go back to town. I just sell all this stuff.
A little bird told me that you've been asking around town about Glarther, a resident eccentric. I'd like to know why.
Just curious about him.
Fine. Play it that way. Let me give you some friendly advice. Glarther is crazy. Maybe harmless crazy, maybe not. Don't get involved with him. If he asks you to do anything strange, you come see me first. Got it? Or any of the town guard. Let us handle it.
Yes? Bye.
Welcome to Colovian Traders, Skingrad's finest selection of general merchandise. I'm Gunder. Just let me know what you want. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Go ahead. Oh, don't really? Is that so? What? I wish. Oh, please. What? Well done. Only quality. Make me a better. Make me a better. That's more than you drive off. A good price for a good customer. That's a good deal. A fine. That's a good deal. That's more than. A fine transaction. You drop. Let's see. A good price. That's a fair deal. You got a great deal. You bought that for a song. Pleasure. Thank you for your patronage.
Prophet.
I haven't heard much about him. I'm thinking about going down to Anvil to hear him for myself.
Rumors.
Marie Paliella is quite a hard worker. She's in the chapel day and night, tending to the sick and injured.
Skingrad.
I like Skingrad just fine. Folks are a little quiet by Skyrim standards, but they're friendly and loyal when they get to know you. Goodbye.
I need to get this diadem repaired.
Me? I'm Falanu, House Lalu, as if that matters here.
Nernert.
I don't know. Never seen that sort of route before. Head over to the West Wheeled Inn and talk to Sindarian. He could identify it for you, I'm sure.
Rumors.
I saw Ugok Gromogok earlier. At least I think it was her. Perhaps it was her sister.
Skingrad.
I'm the only alchemist in Skingrad. Not much business here, but I can't go back to Morrowind. It's just like anywhere else in the Empire. By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
I have no idea.
Thanks anyway. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. You're a fine negotiator. You bought that for a song. A fine bargain. Pleasure doing business with you. You're a fine negotiator. I'm listening. You're sure, that's cute. Don't. You can't scare me. Not in. Is that so? Have a look around. You're trying to drive me out. You don't expect me to. Pleasure doing business with you. You too.
Yakos and Dan, who identified Nernru, seems to be in the West Wheel
Good morning.
Inn.
Good morning.
I enjoy the wine.
I'm going to try this place.
And they're reasonably priced.
Hail! Yes?
Prophet.
By all accounts, he preaches that the attack on Anvil Chapel is an omen of some kind of coming doom. You should go to Anvil and hear him for yourself, if you're interested. They say he preaches outside the chapel every day, rain or shine.
Rumors.
I saw Ugak Gromogak earlier. At least, I think it was her. Perhaps it was her sister. Goodbye.
Hello.
So, you've brought something for me to examine?
Nernroot.
Yes, this is a genuine Nernroot sample. Very nice quality, in fact. That gives me an idea. Since you already know what they look like, do you feel up to a bit of a collecting expedition?
Sure, what do you have in mind?
Excellent! But before you go, you're going to need to learn a bit more about Nernroot. Otherwise, you may walk in circles and never find any.
Nernroot.
A few years ago, an adventurer not unlike yourself sold me a musty old tome containing alchemical formulas. Most of them were worthless. But one of the moldy pages contained a recipe for a potion known as an elixir of exploration, a sort of ultimate dungeon delver's brew. The formula looked sound, except it required an extremely rare ingredient. Yes, you guessed it, the Nernroot. I put the book aside because, frankly, I had so many other delicate experiments going on that I just didn't have the time to go plant hunting. Now that you're here, that changes things.
Elixir of Exploration.
The Elixir of Exploration is a multi-purpose potion that was obviously created with the dungeon explorer in mind. The formula describes many magnitudes of the brew. If you're interested, I wrote a short missive about it for the Imperial Alchemy Symposium. You bring me 10 samples of Nernroot, and I'll make the elixir available to you at a huge discount, as well as give you one for free. The best place for you to start would be Shade Leaf Copse, which is a part of the Great Forest northeast of here. Good luck, and hurry back with more of the Nernroot.
The Nernroot Missive. This brings me to my next subject, the glowy root known as Nernroot. Although the oddly tenacious root grows almost anywhere, a significant body of water is present. Although the oddly tenacious root grows almost anywhere a significant body of water is present, this root is extremely rare, and I believe soon to become extinct. I myself have yet to come across one. You have yet to come across one of the knowledge shoots, at the railway side of the road that crossed Cyrodiil. According to the records of the noted imperial herbalist Civis Regalium, the Nernroot once flourished. It can be found all over the country, but he suspected that a cataclysmic event severely stunted their growth, although many scholars reject the proposal that the sun's death event of the first era, 668, catastrophically affected plant life. Civis feels that the Nernroot's lineage was damaged by the lack of sun for a full year. Whereas other plant species tend to find a way, the Nernroot's mysterious magical nature made it especially susceptible to this climate shift. While this may or may not be the case, it is certainly true that the recorded signs of Nernroot are declining as the years pass. The most perplexing facet of Civis' studies is that his notes describe the root as having a yellowish glow. Contrary to this fact, the Nernroot of today has a soft blue to blue-white glow. Unfortunately, since not many studies of Nernroot were performed for Civis today until now, it's unknown when or why this occurred. What I propose today is that the Nernroot, even though merely a plant, sensed impending extinction and therefore changed their nature to survive. What is the most obvious facet of today's Nernroot that supports this theory is the fact that it can now survive underground without any sunlight at all. While it's true that generally only mosses and fungi grow in these environments, I have two scientific experts claiming that they studied the Nernroot in deep caves. There wasn't Civis. Copious notes in subterranean Nernroot mentioned, but how could this be so? How could a surface-dwelling plant suddenly begin appearing in new locations radically different from its normal habitat? The answer, my fellow alchemist, is nestled with Chibius's own notes. Although he spends a great deal of time in the nerd room in his laboratory, the one thing he liked to test at a high enough level of detail was the soil. As stated previously, Chibius felt that the sun's death, the eruption of Red Mountain, contributed to the demise of the nerd room. Agreed. My amendment to the proposal is that the ash that fell from the sky that entire year mixed with the soil, and again, due to the magical nature of the room, contributed to the aforementioned changes. The ash became a catalyst of sorts, forcing a change in the very makeup of the nerd room, although very little ash from that dark time remains. I have done tests on newer ash samples sent to me from Wardenfell. From Vardenfell, they show little to no magical properties, certainly none of which could affect a planet without magnitude. However, the rare occurrence of what's known as ash salt in normal ash does contain very potent magical abilities. In fact, some native Dunbar said to harness that ability to create a cure for the blight, which prevented their realm many years ago. I feel this magic, meshed with the nerd inherent magic, caused a radical change. In essence, the root healed itself. To surmise, my two proposals are certainly linked. The plant needs to survive, and therefore use a byproduct of its destructor to do so. No other plant in nature has ever come close to this metamorphosis. I feel that the nerd in the column in a relatively short amount of time would take other species millions of years to complete. Whatever the case may be, one thing is certain: the nerd root is on a path to destruction. It contains untapped potential to create potions like which has never been seen in our day. I propose to you today that we divert a small portion of our funds to an expedition to collect some of these roots to study. I have outlined this proposal for your perusal after this section of the symposium. Please seriously consider this proposal before it becomes too late and the nerd root becomes nothing but a memory. Thank you for your time.
You smell of death.
Good to see you. What?
Not so loud, please. What a headache I've got. I'm Agnet the Smith. The Pickled, they call me. Sure wish I was pickled right now. If I can't fix it... Bye. Go ahead. Let's do business. For the right price. Goodbye.
Guess I'm ready to go on. I'm trying to go to this shrine. Go off to the west here. That looks like it.
What business do you have with Meridia, Lady of Infinite Energies?
Shrine of Meridia.
The spark of life is within you, and you are welcome here at Meridia's shrine. It is possible she will speak to you under certain conditions. Leave an offering at this shrine. Meridia demands tribute in the form of the remains of her enemies, the undead.
Rumors.
What we do is perfectly legal. Others have no right to interfere. We watch and wait.
Offer bone meal.
By the detritus of the profane, I am brought forth. And by your offering, you have made the profane your interest, the undead, foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures to hide abroad, deep in Howling Cave, are necromancers. They rob graves for the materials to aid their necromancers. Destroy them and their abominations. Do this, and...
After I made the correct offering, Meridia appeared and spoke to me. The Danger told me of a cult of necromancers in the Howling Cave, who've been stealing from graves in order to raise an undead army. Meridia wants the necromancers killed. I can reach them from a secret door in the back of the cave.
The gratitude of Meridia.
Well, I guess I'll take this one up. I'm actually looking for Mara, who's actually Meridia. I think I'm far off. I'll solve this quest anyway now that I'm here. I'll just go off here. Actually, I'll go up here and pick up some Nernroot, then go down here and deal with the necromancers. I've reached the Shadeleaf Cove. I can now begin my search for the Nernroot. I have 4 of these, and I need 10. Let me head out now to the necromancers. I'll take a look in this cave. I guess I won't. I'll just head on. I'll just head on. Guess the necromancers are here. I need to wipe them out.
What's going on with you?
I heard people saying they read.
Oh, I need to quit now because I have a long book to read. And it's near the end of my time. I'm going to read the extremely long second volume of The Real History of Berenzia. The Real Berenzia, Part 2, Anonymous. Berenzia and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Berenzia wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelasting. One day in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a old young Kajit named Theros. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Theros said. Pay up for sweetness. This fast had been censored by order of the temple. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theros too. What intimidated possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room. The other patrons had lost interest, gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Theros was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly norm. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, was perfectly ordinary and respectable. Except she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference, their humanoid counterpart, the Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic and cultivated a rather odd friend. She taught Berenzia an invisibility spell and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talent freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theros in another sort of way. Berenzia warmed her that she never had toward any woman. And over the next few weeks, she told Katisha all about herself. He brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved Katisha, but not of Theros. Theros found Straw interesting, and suggested to Berenzia that they arranged what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Berenzia said firmly, grateful that Theros had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it, I wouldn't like it. Their smile was charming, triangular, feline smile, and sprawled lazily on a chair, stretching limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Berenzia answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed their initiation. She found Theros useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him, too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. Did she know the right man when she found him? Neither Straw nor Theros was the right one for her. Berenzia cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are pro something. Prostitutes, she said? Although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous? Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose. Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll let grow up. Perhaps you've been into already, she added, hopefully. Slave Berenzia had grown to be quite fond of her. You used to be some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keep becoming to Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant next to no time. Berenzia smiled involuntarily at the thumb. I like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Baby's in a lot of trouble. I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, every year or two yet before your first child, you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Berenzia remembered something else. Droll wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday, yes, someday, but not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen, the queen of Mournhold. Because it's determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination. It was a sign of a well-functioning mom. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, very elderly for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly where the envious wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves has been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived as long as these and violence took their respective toll, but they could. One or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Katisha laughed. Berenzia fidgeted impatiently while Theros sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside as a lookout. Theros said it was a simple job, but a very hot shot. She hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he could trust Barry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. There's a night sight wasn't as good as hers. He didn't want her to mount up even a small orb of light. Never been in such a luxurious place. Not even the Darkmoor Castle of Castlevania Lady Inga, where she's been her childhood compared to. Gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. Where there doesn't mean she's anything but the desk and a small book-lined study on the upper floor. He hissed angrily. Someone coming, Barry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. The judge gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Burgundy's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped up at her. She quick style stabs of blue light. The stairs folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house became alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out an alarm and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf, looked at him, half lifted, half dragged Theros to the door and thrust him to the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent a smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Renzi, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Renzi, the elf said. Renzi gawked at him and clutched it closed. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing the boy a month ago. You know, you were only drawing attention to yourself. Calling yourself Barry, is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Renzi defended. The man shook his head silently. Not among dark elves, it isn't, my dear. We wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter. I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Renzi demanded. I, so much for fame. The man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmachus, my lady, Renzi. General Symmachus of his awesome and terrible majesty, Typus Septim the First Imperial Army. And I'll say the marriage race who led me throughout Tamriel, or this part of it anyway, although I guessed correctly that you'd head for Morrowind. Eventually you had a bit of a luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw, so we stopped looking for the pair of you. God, careless of me, yet I thought you'd have stayed together this long. Where is he? Is he all right? He asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine for now, in custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him then? He said, and suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity. I'd red eyes seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom seen reflection. I'd red eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom seen reflection. He's my friend, Brandon said. The word came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. The mock a general in the Imperial Army said to him, that have the friendship and ears of Typus Septim himself. You seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my thanks, though, my lady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general seeming sarcasm, made only smile. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far along. The tall elf perched himself on the corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. And then it occurred to her, several unsuitable friends, had he said? This man knew all about her, it seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. Well, what's going to happen to them? To me? As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Brenda gasped when Symmachus looked up sharply. What, you didn't notice? Why, you're aroused, my lady, even for 17. But always know what it is you do or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have Brenda was trembling. And these guild never attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Typus Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say, it's unlikely that Theros had guild approval for this, but I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one placed at the top of the desk and removed a false bottom of the folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Brand's edge closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash, indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly seemed to be in a high good humor. Well, we must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one's about. Brand's eyes darted toward the shadows. He wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You don't think you attempt to escape, are you? I don't want to hear first what my plans for you are. She thought they sounded a bit hard. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. Looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Brand, yeah, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournholm. And Max explained that this had been his and Typus Septim's plan for her all along, that Mournholm, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years that she had been away, was gradually to be returned to the civilian government, under the Emperor's guidance, of course, and as part of the imperial province of Morrowind. Well, but why does it to Darkmoor, Brenda asked, hardly believing anything you just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Brenda shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course, how shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should have been quite obvious to you. Thomas does not keep those he has no use for. What else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. Then know this, Thomas rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Brendan, she done that for a few moments. Draws it well with me, and has never done anyone any harm. He's not a member of the Thieves Guild, he came along to protect me. He was not keep by running errands, and he's a mockery impatient, he thought. I know about Straw, he said, and about Sarah, he said her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I'd like for one to be given to him. Very well, he seemed astonished at this, and then please, done, he shall have it. And Sarah? He betrayed me, Brendan said coldly, and Sarah should have told her what risk the job entailed. So he put her right into their enemy's arm, then didn't have to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded, not in fact a man to be trusted. Yes, and, well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should such suffering take? Brendan balled her hand into fist. She would have liked to beat and claw the conscience herself. But considering the turn of events to take it, that doesn't seem very queenly. A whipping, or would 20 strikes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand? Just teach him a lesson. Of course, said Marcus grinning. Then his features suddenly set, and he became serious. It shall be done, your highness, my lady Queen Brenzia of Mornhold. Then he bowed her a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Brenzia's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at the Marcus' apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elf woman named Julianne who sought her needs, although she did not exactly have servants. She took her meals with them. Noticing to be Samaka's wife, a lover, Julianne looked amused and Brenda asked her about it. She simply said she was in general employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Julianne's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots along with other small necessities. Brenda had given her room to herself. Samaka was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes. He said little about himself or what he had been doing. It was cordial and polite, but wasn't to converse on other subjects, seemed interested in anything she had to say. Jolene was much the same. Brenda found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as she would have put it. She felt not a twinge of disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she'd associated closely. She expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel that she belonged somewhere with somebody, as part of something, and taking on some journey for a Nordic friend. She did and strong. When Samaka told her that they were set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha asked, aye, but then I suppose I owe her something. She wasn't letting me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry needed an elven friend, and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild, apparently. And no one associated with the Thieves Guild seems to know your true identity, say Sarah. That is well, I've heard that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a path does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Sarah, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He'd know that Kadisha knew then. But still, there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Brenda knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaky and tears rolling down his cheek, but he said nothing. Brenda tried to smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be queen of Mornhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. Shook his hand, smiled at him, warmly, genuinely. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find a scribe, so you can write me too. Straw shook his head, sadly. When Brenda persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. Time was gone, and we cut off. Brenda clapped off her chair and wept, noises. But why, she demanded of Samaka, when Straw had been ushered away? Why? Samaka shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous, at least he's alive. We needed time to raise pigs, or whatever. I hate you, Brenda screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She seemed to revolve him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened solidly for some time while Jolene cleaned up after him. Finally, he told her to see, or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Kisha's house on their way out of the city. Samaka and Jolene didn't dismount. All seemed normal. Brenda was frightened as she knocked on the door. Kisha answered the knock. Brenda thanked the gods silently. At least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Brenda warmly. Why are you crying, Brenda asked. Where's Sarah? You haven't heard, oh dear, poor Sarah, he's dead. Brenda felt icy fingers creeping around her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish. Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered this very doll by the commandant's order. She started to stop. I went, he asked me, oh, terrible, he suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in the straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. Glanced behind Brenda. That's commandant, isn't it, Samaka? And Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Brenda. She took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Brenda said, I know. She took Katisha's hand, each of her own, and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you, but please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Everett, swear you won't, especially not to Marcus, and look out for straw for me. Promise me that. Is your promise puzzled, though willing? Ray, it wasn't somehow because of me that there was caught, was it? I never said anything out there to him. She glanced over at the general. Ray assured that it wasn't, that an informant had told her the Imperial Guard of Theros planned. That an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theros' plan, which is probably a lie, but she could see the case of planning needs some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. I'm giving a lot of anything. Just not hate to think about how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered to Brandy's ear. Marcus is very handsome, don't you think, and so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Brandy said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained earlier about being Queen of Mortal and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He's looking for me, that's all. On orders from the Emperor, I doubt to request any more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said it didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of his incredulity, because she knew that Brandy evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and she agreed that, yes, that's true, there must have been something of a shock, so that one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled, Brandy smiled at her, then they hugged again tearfully for the last time. She never saw Xeesh again, or strong. The royal party left Risen by the Great Southern Gate, went through Samaka tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portal. I thought you might want to think about it there, too, Your Highness, he said. Brendan stared briefly, but suddenly the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds had been out of their face to recognize him. I don't think they'll hear me, although I'm quite sure I'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound like. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Samaka was clearly disappointed by lack of reaction. Ah, you heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose? You suppose correctly. You attended the execution, Brendan said casually. If you didn't know already, you'd find out soon enough, you're sure of that. You should know Sarah belonged to the guild. She shrugged. Everyone knew that, as only lower-ranking members like me were supposed to keep their membership secret when the ones higher up are well known. He turned to smile archly. But you must know all about that, wouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. She seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. Yeah, there was. There's a difference. But like Katisha, the very honest woman, how they told her would have lessened me in her eye. She's always after Sarah to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare, not as any kind of yours. But you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man, one of my own race, with all the right quality, one of my own race with all the right qualities, who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact, grab the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pay, but not without thinking one final irresistible bar. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say not in the way you would ever want them to? And that's what so took her by surprise, she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, in a tone matched words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. He held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now, what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. There's something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Brenzio, one of his wishes had come true. Unlikely as it seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He found her at last, after months of searching, seemed under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. His wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking. Alright, I'm David E. from Larkin. I'm done for today. It's Monday, August 10th, 2026. I'll resume tomorrow. Tuesday, play for just 2 hours. My YouTube video will appear today around 6 and tomorrow around 4. And that's all for now.